Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第227天 and it's day 227. We're starting with HanziHero. Today is Wanikani. We have like this special unprecedented leap day. So we're gonna do something after HanziHero. It's gonna be more of a downhill kind of thing. Always want to start with the most involved activity first, then kind of relax into our evening. So, lots of things from yesterday. I kind of recall 9. Let's see. Here we go. So we have our new component. Yeah. Shelf. Okay. We have Gene. Energy. Yeah. Ran is die. Run. Endure. Whoa. Lie down. One is stable. Yeah. Read. Bing. Combine. And time. Which is level. Right. I think those are our 1, 2, 3, 9. Right. Okay. Let's get into our lessons today.
鼓掌
鼓掌. Drum. Another plot. Jung. Drum. palm, drum palm, yes. So many applauds. 他得到了热，他得到的让人类的鼓掌
他得到了热烈的鼓掌。
Second lit wait, how'd you what?
他得到了热烈的鼓掌。
Oh, whoops, dang it. Wait. Yeah. I said 热泪. How am I messing up that with 让? Actually, you better double check on that. Wait, what happened? Oh, I don't have any. Oh. Wait, I don't? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I don't know why I was thinking 让 there. That would explain my first initial. 让. My gut feeling failed me. The mnemonics still separate them too, though. Fine, I suppose. So 热泪 is passion. Oh, enthusiastic. Fair enough.鼓掌. Wait. Yeah, 鼓掌.
鼓掌。博士。
博士. Wait, didn't we have these yet? No, maybe. Oh no, I was looking at the examples yesterday, right? These are the character examples. Okay. 博士. 他是一位生物学博士。生物学 living things study biology 生物学。
博士。
是。对。
美德。
This one requires a little bit. Beautiful morals. I guess beautiful morals kind of sounds describes virtue. Oh, moral excellence is pretty good. 美德。诚实是一种美德。
诚实是一种美德。
诚实是一种美德。诚实 honesty. Yeah, that makes sense. 诚实 words. Don't quite remember what they ascribe to. They want it sincere. Okay. I was thinking earnest.
美德。
It's been a while since I've seen 德. May is fine. 德. Oh no, it's not a while. It was yesterday. That's our character. I forgot. May 德, that's why. Yeah, one of the characters are always
西
new.
红柿。
西红柿, right? Tomatoes. Tomato. OK，西红柿，西红柿可以用来做沙拉 salad 沙拉 no yeah 沙拉 oh my god 沙拉 salad
西红柿可以用来做沙拉。
沙拉 okay I think one of these days I'm just gonna use a lot of these. Like I think shala I can use with my parents. Like ni say shala because instead of saying salad, I think you can say salad though. I know what a salad is, but shala that's. So what can we use now? I've already used shibanya. Shibanya is something that is very, very common to speak because we're talking about Shibanya. Shibanyang is the closest I can think of for Shibanya. Shale. So we only got like data, lasa, lesa. Leisha, Hanke. There's no way I'm going to use any of these words. Chala is probably the best. Oh, chakali. Chakali is still chakali. Not chokali. Chakali. Starting to. I need more of these words. I want to see. Because those you can actually compare. You can actually compare the pronunciation. Yeah. Imagine trying to tell someone G is shui. I don't know what happened there. Like the words are so. Bingyuan becomes was it Bingxiang? Bingyuan. Anyways. 西红柿 Don't know what they say for tomatoes. Oh, Huankei. Oh man. 西红柿 versus Huankei. Huankei sounds like Huankei sounds close to like red like red something like hong ke or something. Hong, maybe like hongguo, red fruit. I don't know. Tomatoes. Oh, it could be like cherry actually. Oh, trying to think about a lot of things now. 西红柿 Huankei.
西红柿，子弹，
子弹 鸡蛋 yeah 鸡蛋子弹 I think that's just like a preference in tone, which in context you can tell 子弹 and 鸡蛋 are very oh no, but that could be confused with egg. That could be confused with egg now that I'm going to 鸡蛋. Yeah, that is a problem, huh? 子弹 Alright. 这是一麦 No 剑 Oh no, this is mai in Japanese, but 剑 No, May? Oh no. It's all gone. It's over. It's time to retire. Actually, I'm not sure. Foreman tree, Mario, beach house, Foreman tree. I don't even think we got May. We did definitely get it. My for the counter for flat objects. Bullets. Interesting. May for bullets.
这是一枚子弹。
这是一枚子弹. If I had May, that just means I totally forgot. My thought is they only show search results. Oh no, wait, they don't. I was gonna say maybe they only show search results for the ones I already have, but I don't have lentil yet. Okay. I don't know what it is. Oh no, maybe it doesn't show it for as a counter. Most of the counter definitions are not there. So like this HanziHero omits counter use. So like Wei Zhong and stuff, but it should have come up as May. Unless it's hold, big brain. Unless it has a tone shift and it's actually May. Nope. Maybe just the search results are not like not that not the most reliable. Alright, that's enough of that.
子弹，
子弹. 子弹, okay. I don't know how to say applause I don't know how to say applause in Fuzhou. 鼓掌.
鼓掌，子弹，
Done. I wrote the wrong tone. Fine.
西红柿，
西红柿, and I added a E at the end of an O because that's just English gooding, you know?
博士，
Sure. I don't think I have had another word for doctor other than 医生. Eating.
美德，
Okay. Next one. A blog. Oh man. 博客. Even if I say 博客, I don't think they know what 博客 is. This is another one that could come up. No, I don't think it can come up. 博客. It's supposed to sound like 博客. I'm pretty sure. Or yeah, it should sound like 博客. In Taiwan, the usual term is, oh, interesting. Ooh, law, or it looks like, oh, what is that? Okay, I see. 课, law 课 or something. Interesting. Oh, blog. Oh, blogger. A blog. Okay, I see. I see how they got it. Yeah, it sounds closer. Well, what is this? 博客 blogger. Blog. So, blogger. Interesting. 博客他在博客上分享了放行有形 I don't know, yeah, 有形的 wait, is that 有 yeah 有形的照片 he is on a blog enjoying or sharing shared traveling pictures
他在博客上分享了旅行的照片。
Heckin' 旅行 why did I think it's yo it's 旅行 yeah travel photos 旅行 still doesn't really this is where there's a benefit to also reading. You have like a extra backup. You can still know the meaning of what is written without actually knowing what it sounds like. Kind of, I don't know. I think that's the new pleasure here, the new pleasant pleasure. Sometimes you just auto read everything and you still I'm starting to do those like English things where you read a sentence and it could be an entirely different word, but the meaning of the sentence is not changed because you already know what the meaning of the sentence is, or you kind of just feel it. So this was kind of funny, despite not even knowing how to read this properly.
博客道德
道德 道德 is arrived at morality, okay, or the way of morals, yeah. Oh whoops, not arrive, I'm thinking of another Dao. That's a different Dao. I was thinking of what's it, no, heck Dao. Oh no, I don't remember the Dao. We'll see it when we see it. Hold up. Wrong Dao. It's Mole. Yeah, Mole Saber. I only remembered the saber part and vaguely what the mole part was. I didn't know it was between mole or leg. Mole or leg. 道德 the way of morals, morality. 道德是社会的基什么末 or 零和十 and pointer. 基础
道德是社会的基础。
道德是社会的基础。
道德
right
柿子
persimmon 柿子，他吃过柿子吗？哦，你吃过柿子吗？
柿子博物馆
the neutral when it ends up on like a end on this like generator is so slightly higher than I would typically do, and I'm not entirely sure if that affects anything. I think personally that might be a preference in those situations. Like 柿子versus 柿子 I shorten it by a lot and kind of like lower. It happens a lot in the sentence if it ends in a 3. If it ends in a 3 or a 0, a neutral, I would be like down here while they're like up here. And then if it ends in a 0, it would be like half and they're still going full. 博物馆. Like if this is at the end, 博物馆, 我现在去博物馆, right? I would still say 博物馆. But there would be like the generator would say like 我现在去博物馆, 博物馆, 博物馆, something like that. Like 博物馆 instead of 博物馆. It's a slight difference, but you can hear it very prominently because of generated things. I don't actually think that affects things too much. It can come off as like a little bit weird in a sense, like, oh, okay, kind of like tomato, saying like tomato instead of tomato, or like tomato, like tomato, right? Like, so you're doing heiban, right? So if you do tomato, because of Japanese, you could like, this is like the way they have it is like heibaning everything at the end, where like tomato instead of tomato. So instead of like going like this, right? And this is 博物馆. I'm using tomato because 博物馆 is also mine is even like kind of like the 博物馆. It's an interesting observation. I'm not sure if people are gonna get all upset about, oh, that's not correct, or you could get something confused. At the end of a sentence, when you're doing the end of a sentence, there's so much emoting. And if you speak multiple languages, the end tone on sentences when you're trying to complete an idea or pause or use like cadence to allow when you're talking to someone, they go up and down all the time. I heard from like, I remember having this conversation maybe like over a year ago with someone who believes they studied a lot of Chinese, and they did the whole super zealous thing where they say like, oh, this is the only way, or every time I hear they should be higher in their neutral at the end, the neutral should be as high as so and so. And I'm like, in my opinion, when you're speaking and stuff, your collection of languages will affect a lot of times a little feeling where you either decide what happens at the end of an idea. There are definitely, I was listening to a Japanese person speak English, but they're multilingual, right? They're multilingual, but you can tell that they were using the Japanese tendency while speaking English, and then when they speak to an English speaking person, their tonality their tonality at the end changes. So this individual had a lot more of a downtone on the majority of their sentences when they're talking, when they swap, like it's two multilingual people talking. So when they were speaking English, their tonality changed, where most of their sentence and ideas when they were going back and forth had a downtone. But then when they switched over, it sounded something like this. It always sounded like that, and it keep going like this, and then that's how they end. And so it was like, and it wasn't like an uptone, like, oh, and then this, and then that, and then this. No, it's more like, and then this, and then that, and then this, and then this, instead of, and then this. So it stops falling off. And that's kind of, in my opinion, that's what heiban happens all the time. So you're just heibaning the whole time between things. And that's not that, it's not distracting, it's just funny to notice these things. So like that's how the sentence It feels like the English sentence looks like this, sounds like this the whole time, as opposed to English sentences are like at least a pitch here, and then it can fall down, right? That's kind of like the, at least my English sentences. And a lot of these peaks, bottoming is also the same reason why I bottom out sometimes when I say 博物馆, regardless if it's at the end of a sentence or it becomes neutral. If like a word becomes neutral, it still gets lower, regardless. All of these like things about learning languages or getting closer to languages make listening to people so much more interesting, at least in my opinion, intellectually interesting. And then relating them is so much fun. Well, it doesn't have to be fun to be interesting. It's interesting regardless of it, regardless if it's fun or not. What was this? It's not Bijutsukan. Hakubutsukan, right? Hakubutsukan. Let's see. Let's see. 我们今天去了 Yeah, 我们今天去了 instead of 现在, 我们今天去了博物馆, right? And this is gonna be higher right here.
我们今天去了博物馆。
Yeah. 我们今天去了博物馆。
我们今天去了博物馆。
Instead of 我们今天去了博物馆。
我们今天去了博物馆。
Yeah, 馆. So it's higher, it's slightly higher and then tapers, while I just go down. 博物馆。
我们今天去了博物馆。
博物馆。Instead of 博物馆。Let's see. 博物馆。博物。Oh, and there's
博物
also
馆
there's also this 博 versus 博 so a closed off 博 so sometimes I say 博物馆 instead of 博物馆博物馆 versus 博物馆博物馆博物馆 museum, right?
闯入
闯入 闯入 what was this? Rush in? Oh, break in. Okay. Does it still rush in? Yeah, barge in. Okay. 闯入有一只猫有一只猫闯入了我们家对
有一只猫闯入了我们家。
我们家 Ooh, somehow I wanted to add the right there 我们的家 but that does that kind of sounds really wordy
闯入
闯入 let's break in 博客
博客柿子
日子
博物馆
博物馆 I can't spell museum. Sorry.
闯入
闯入
道德
道德
飞弹
飞弹 a flying bullet aka missile 坏人向我们就发射了一枚飞弹。Bad people tells us or towards us, concerns us, urges us to or encourages us to shoot missiles, at least a missile. The enemy, yeah, bad people. The enemy shoot a missile towards us. Oh, yeah, in the direction of us. Sorry, in the direction of us. Is this the hardest endeavor you're taking your entire life? No. The hardest endeavor I've ever taken in my life, I don't think anything's gonna ever succeed in that, is to teach people. It's never good. That's my entire life. So nothing is ever close to that. Learning something is the easiest thing I could do in my life. Teaching people is the hardest endeavor I've ever done in my life. No contest. Yeah.
打鼓
打鼓. Helping and teaching people. I will live to my dying days. That's the hardest endeavor I'll ever do. If you want an absolute answer, because you asked for the hardest. Usually I don't answer hardest, easiest, because I can't tell what the future is, right? Typically the hardest thing I do is the most recent thing I do. So if I was using my logic that I usually use for answering the best, the hardest, always, never questions, it would be the current thing I'm doing. But the current thing I'm doing is trying to teach people and to help people. So I might be learning something for my own benefit, but it's only learning secondary to the idea that I can use it to teach someone something. I don't think, maybe like when I'm sick or when I'm ill, things that I have to take care of myself, but rarely does it hold a candle to ever spending every waking moment learning something on the off chance that I can teach and encourage someone from what I learned. So the hardest endeavor I'll ever do for the rest of my entire life is to pass on information, because we're human. So, or you could kind of make that cliche idiom, the hardest endeavor is the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom. But there's an asterisk to it. The pursuit of knowledge and wisdom is for the purpose of passing it on. And that, to me, is why it is the hardest endeavor in my life. It's not the same for, like, I would say, over 50% of Western culture people, and then maybe a little less, like 40% of Eastern culture people who are like in a collectivism or a communal environment. Yeah. Every day I have to work on it. Every day I have to come up with new ideas. And it's not hard as in least enjoyable. So we have to also keep in mind that the hardest endeavor doesn't mean it's the least enjoyable endeavor. It is the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life, and I don't think it'll ever change unless I'm too unhealthy to realize I can't do it anymore. That's probably my dying days. But without a doubt, playing hard video games, that's a drop in the bucket. I don't want to like trivialize it for other people. For myself, anything that I have to learn is easy compared to teaching someone and helping someone. I don't think there's anything harder than being outside your own body or outside your own mind. Everything else is so unpredictable, especially other human beings. So learning Chinese, if you wanted to like do unfair apples and oranges comparisons, I could learn anything. It will still not be harder than asking myself, How can I explain and teach that to the next person that I've learned? How can I teach the next person to be kind to other people? How can I teach children of today and youth of today on the internet that critical thinking and problem solving is a skill that self-corrects and helps them versus a skill of collecting knowledge by asking people for concrete facts. Facts are, great. Technology helps us with facts and information, but it certainly doesn't help you answer those questions. Like the hardest endeavor. But here are one of the, I would say I can answer 10 or so questions regardless of what the future is, that are absolute. And yeah, without a doubt, the hardest endeavor in my life, which I haven't really said this too directly. Endeavor is a great word, by the way. It will always be that until I can't. But the moment I can't do that would be the moment I cease to be able to realize that. So either dementia, brain injury. There are so many ways that I could fail to ever recognize that hardest endeavor. Probably health, grief, emotional cloudedness. I can still change my opinion. But ultimately, then I would cease to be able to understand what the hardest endeavor in life is, and that's to pass on wisdom and knowledge. Let's see. 打鼓, which is to strike the drum, to play a drum, or strike a drum. Nice. 他喜欢打鼓.
打鼓
There are other versions. I would like to give other versions. So that was my personal response. But other intellectuals, the pursuit of knowledge can end up different. The pursuit of knowledge and wisdom can lead to the pursuit of legacy. So sometimes people prioritize legacy over the endeavor of just educating anyone or teaching anyone. Sometimes preservation of legacy is greater, which it's one and the same, right? Or it's related. So I think my legacy building is secondary. Secondary. Not by much though. I would love to make something and leave it. Maybe it will endure.
闯出
闯出. Maybe that's a little bit overreaching, depending on your age, like depending on people's age and the stage of life. Generally speaking, very, very few things. Very few things are harder than that, and I wouldn't change it for the world. The pursuit of my hardest thing is the most rewarding thing I get to get up and try to do every day. I say this because I don't think we live in a world where most people would pick their hardest thing as the thing they want to dedicate their entire lives to. I think in this generation, most people choose to believe that easiest equals most efficient a lot of times, and also most enjoyable. I find myself at odds with empathizing with that. Typically, the hardest endeavor that I've ever engaged in my life is the most rewarding, but might not be the most enjoyable. But I do it most consistently. So it might seem like you can make an argument, well, if you can do the hardest thing most consistently, doesn't that make it the easiest thing? Like, that's a fairly compelling counter argument. If you can do it consistently, doesn't that mean it's not the hardest thing you've ever done? I thought about that. I thought about that counter argument. I would say the way I'm phrasing my hardest endeavor is palpable. It can be empathized from the outside, so other people can empathize with why I consider it the hardest endeavor. At the same time, I would be dishonest if I said that while it's hard and a lot of people can appreciate my answer, I myself, for lack of a better word, would find it not that hard if we were talking about the dopamine response or satisfaction. But it is the most satisfying endeavor I've ever chosen in my life. And therefore, it is the one that is also the hardest, because I try my hardest to be successful at the most satisfying endeavor in my life. I don't try my hardest on the easiest thing. In fact, I actually try less. So despite someone could say, well, the facts are learning Chinese is a hard endeavor. Teaching people could be as easy as teaching ABC. I don't know if you've ever taught ABC to a child before, but endeavors are as hard as you make them. So instead of looking at it from an objective standpoint, right? Because oftentimes people like to objectify the subjective, especially when they're human. I mean, a robot could probably do that. You know, a robot with no emotional baggage could try to do that. Try to objectify, saying, "Oh yeah, well, Chinese is harder than Spanish for an English speaker. Like the hardest thing is as hard as you make it." Now, your progress is one way people measure difficulty. What is the average human's progress for like a fixed amount of time? It's like, that's certainly true. You can take that approach. So like an English speaker can learn Spanish on average with the same method, right? If you normalize the method, an English speaker may be able to learn Spanish faster, the average statistics, faster than Chinese. But when you ask the person what is their hardest endeavor, an enlightened person, in my opinion, not that it's the best or not, being enlightened has its pros and cons. An enlightened person would say it's as hard as you make it. Progress is progress. But if you ask someone their subjective difficulties, the harder the thing is, the more satisfying it can be. So therefore, it's no longer like hard in the way people quantify it these days. Like, is having 4,000 kanji, needing to learn 4,000 kanji, or roughly needing to learn 2,000 kanji on average, harder than learning 10, maybe equivalents of 4,000 plus Hanzi to quote unquote achieve the same conversational level or reading comprehension, but they operate in different systems. And because you're human, one is probably going to be harder than the other for both objective and subjective facts. That's an excellent question. For myself, honestly, despite having answered that, I don't usually think things as hardest or easiest. I actually often just think of it as, are they satisfying enough? Are they sufficiently hard enough to be satisfying enough? And there's one thing that always puts out, absolutely one thing, and that is to teach and help someone. There's nothing closer to that. Even like trying to buy stuff for myself, you know, like buy a new toy or buy a new PC product or pass the N1 exam or getting a PhD. It's so much less than like what was the PhD? What is the equivalent to PhD? Making my boss happy. Like working for a mentor and making the mentor appreciate that you're around. That's far more than the PhD. The PhD was it's a piece of paper. It's a piece of paper that tells other people who are objective minded, solely objective minded, that you've completed something, you know. So those things are necessary. It didn't produce too much reward for me. I'm indifferent whether I have a PhD or not, and I hope that other people, when I speak to other people, they don't unintentionally misconstrue that I think being able to get PhDs, pass exams, good grades, and performance, right? They're very admirable traits. In the end of the day, I put the person or the people well above any form of objective standardization. So while standards maintain sufficiency, so you know, standards allow you to know what is sufficient, be functional, qualified, and whatnot. I absolutely love that. But that's the beginning of the journey. That is the tip of the iceberg, as some say. What's underneath is the human behind it. So products are very similar. When someone starts losing vision of the person behind the product, then that person ceases to be incentivized, to be encouraged to do better, or even care anymore. So in my opinion, because of the nature of the human condition, especially on the internet, where everything seems to, or a lot of things seem to be objectified, or possibly even overrepresented, rarely does the human ever come to light. And it's for better or for worse. Like, for example, you could have someone who appears like a 10, and then when that objectivity flies at the face, they ended up being a 2. So that's like someone who, in the proper conditions, they are a 10 because of objectivity, right? Objectivity means you use metrics and whatnot, but then when there's human concerns, subjective concerns, everything spirals into oblivion. And then there are individuals who are a 3 on paper. It's always polarized. It tends to be polarizing because that's how objectivity, fully hyper objectivity versus subjectivity, kind of creates this dichotomy of bipolar behavior. And that person, you know, on appearance, this average Joe, mediocre metrics and whatnot, but when push comes to shove, because of their work ethic, when emotional baggage comes around, you know, endeavor, enduring, perseverance, they end up outshining their qualities. So I like to think that in the long run, I want to leave this impression. Less so this impression. But in the ultimate goal is to recognize that both of these things exist. So I don't typically say I'm most proudest for all the people I help or try to teach. I am most proudest when those human beings go on and do other things. That's, yeah, that I don't know, like you kind of end up stepping outside of yourself a lot of times. Anyways, that's lots to think about for myself. It might not be like the most succinct and concise answer, but it's also a very, very absolute question. So when you're trying to evaluate the artist, versus a difficult endeavor. I would say learning Chinese is, for myself, a difficult endeavor. How difficult? It's sufficiently difficult for me to want to learn it. It's probably what I would say. Most of the hardest endeavors. Here's another one. You could also answer it from a different angle. The hardest endeavors are all the ones you don't take. So you could make an argument everything that I have never done before are the hardest because I have no knowledge of them. And there are, since I'm a single human being with a limited lifespan, there are far more things that are harder than I can possibly conceive. Like, the counter argument is, well, you can't rate something if you've never done it. So in essence, it's a NA, as in like not available. It's like, that's fair. That's how I rationalize it. But generally speaking, if you're looking at the universe as a whole and think outside yourself, your hardest endeavor is to tackle everything that you haven't ever done before. That's probably the hardest endeavor. So some people might say, which is like scientists, the final frontier is the hardest endeavor. And the final frontier is figurative. Or it could be literal, but generally speaking, it's figurative. Which brings in subjectivity, right? It's subjective. What is your final frontier? My final frontier is the next thing I learn. Not the next thing I practice, the next thing I learn. So I could make it easier from a different perspective. I can make an easier argument, or an easier argument, is that anything I learn next is the hardest thing I've ever done. Because despite the culmination of everything I know as a human being up to this point, I still don't know the next thing I'm going to learn. So it's going to be the hardest. So what is that? It could be French. French could be the next thing. Bree has made a case for French. So that would be, that's viewing your life as a continuum, right? Viewing your life as an accumulation of knowledge and wisdom, not viewing your life as wins and losses like this. Like, you hope you get net positives, but yeah, this would be like wins and losses. I don't think learning something is ever a loss. You don't lose when you win, or you don't lose when you learn. So anything that you learn up here is always going to be your hardest, because you haven't, despite having all this knowledge, you still didn't learn these things that are yet to come. Some people don't live like that, just for the record. I live like this. This is what I live like. But I would say the vast majority of people on the online do not live like this right now. The younger you are, the less likely you live like this. You typically, the social norm is to learn something and use that to output something. So if you learn a video game, for example, if you played a Soulsborne game, you would spend most of your time playing other Soulsborne games. And there are things that I do much like this, but it doesn't take up the majority of my time. So if you like say you like a anime, you start watching more anime like it. This is the algo. And you don't really need statistics to back this up. You can evaluate history of its popularity. Right? You can look historically, last decade. How effective, how efficacious was the algo? Extremely efficacious. It's to the point where this word represents iteration. So you iterate on the same thing. And that to me is when people think of hardest and easiest endeavors, hardest, best, and stuff, that's where comparison comes in. So when someone says they reached their hardest, the algo does this. So when you have decided where your hardest is, you spend most of your life thinking comparison. So all the task you have is relative to the hardest thing you've ever done, right? And then you never want, in my opinion, subjective speaking. So now subjectively, this is objective. This would be objective. When subjectively, you can never push yourself past this glass ceiling here. Because you never want to do the hard, you never want to engage in something harder than you've ever done. And the reason why it's always down is because this is iterative. And how do I know this is iterative? The most common comment that I ever get is someone is not creative. Oh, or they don't want to make something. They want to follow the safe results that is presented by the internet. So if you want to learn Chinese, find the best way to learn Chinese, find it. Right? Find it as in find it through other people's experience and settle on it. So no matter what, you'll always be operating at a glass ceiling. You see no opportunities to evaluate or evolve, or like obviously it can go down. You know, your efficiency can go up, it can go down, it can go up, it can go down, it can go up, you know, like as you're doing this. But the thing is, someone who always thinks that they're operating at their best, for example, rarely ever get better than the best. Where, you know, a timeline, mine would be like, oh, it can go up, right? But the goal is to constantly go up. Because you might be thinking, oh, but what if you reach your theoretical potential? Like, life is too short for that. It's too short. You don't live long enough to always hit your theoretical potential. Although that doesn't stop, you know, a lot of language learners from telling me, well, if you do this one thing, you'll always peak out. And I'm like, that's not true. It's seldomly true. There are places that this does happen. Like you could argue a tool that has very finite resources, right? Like for example, if HanziHero only teaches you 10 vocab words, there's only so much you can do with 10 vocab words. So, but this is reductio ad absurdum. So you're using a type of, I'm gonna call it, this has a better name. It's called internet speak. I at least I'm coining it as internet speak. What's an internet speak? You reduce it either to the very far end of each thing and then make your point with it. And the reason why I call this internet speak is because it's so common, far more common on the internet, at least for personal anecdote. It's far more common on the internet than when you're talking to someone outside, like IRL. When you have a conversation not supported by all the knowledge, or what you call all the knowledge in the world, this tendency doesn't happen as often. But it still happens. It still happens in IRL, and this is less common. But to make your point, like for example, someone would pick the best case scenario to support their argument, and the worst case scenario to go against. And despite both of these being objectively true, they are statistically erroneous. Or I'm going to say statistically negligent is the phrase I would say. So basically, it's objectively true if you can find an example, which is the best case or the worst case, but statistically negligent because you are ignoring the fact that there's so many cases in between. Is statistically negligent because you don't know if the best case is statistically significant or the worst case is statistically significant. And then there's a logical fallacy. There's a logical fallacy, and it's rooted in double standards. So when someone makes an argument, they only think of the best case. What about the worst case for your argument? And then for the ones that you're against, you think of the worst case, but what's the best case against you? Right? And that's only the tip of the iceberg, because this is still fallacious. This is using polar examples. But this is sufficient enough when you're doing like null hypothesis testing. You get null hypothesis tests out of this. So that's excellent, because oftentimes this is sufficient in terms of scientific experimentation. You need the worst and the best case for both sides in order to see an effect. And the effect is usually measured observationally or objectively, right? But you need to see the effect, so it has to incur significance. Now, when you're talking about the internet, when you're using information, this is inappropriate use. This is an inappropriate use of, like, quote unquote, the scientific method or critical thinking, because now you're talking about averages. If you want to do actual objective arguments, in my opinion, you have to think about averages and then comparing sampling bias. Now, when you're doing comparisons, you must consider sampling bias. So for me, I'm a sample bias of 1. My hardest endeavor in my life, and what I'm suggesting that I find reward in, is the pursuit of helping other people understand stuff like this. Is it important? You can't know. It's a sample bias of 1. You could try to collect a lot of people that agree with me in many ways, so then you can check for sampling bias. Find another person, maybe a self-proclaimed intellectual or some usually I would say it's far easier, quote unquote, easier to identify an intellectual by asking another intellectual. But you would have to find the intellectual first if you don't consider yourself as an intellectual. Or alternatively, you consider yourself as intellectual, and then you can sample the people to see if there's any concordant behavior patterns. But generally speaking, what I'm saying here is also take my word and rant with a grain of salt, because I don't talk in statistics. I don't hyper objectify something a lot of times. So if I have an answer, the answer would be very complex. It would be very deep, or at least in my opinion, because it's a very serious question. I don't want to give people the misrepresentation that you should pursue a life of learning or teaching other people because that will make you happy. Probably not for most people. Like, if we were really gonna try to loosely use statistics, most people do not find that satisfying. Whatever I'm doing now, this is not what people like to hear, or it's popular. Actually, I'm even surprised that people even watch most of the time or listen to any of this stuff, because this is not what is popular. What is popular is clarity. This is clarity. Don't do this. Don't and do's. not maybes. Right. Maybes involve thinking. Don'ts and do's involve being informed. So when someone tells you to don't do something, you get informed. There's no thinking involved. You don't have to think about it. Just follow someone you trust. Here's a generalization taken with a grain of salt because of the statistics. Since the last decade, in my opinion, of the internet, I'm gonna say maturity. Again, I'm using maturity in a neutral stance. More like referentially thinking about years before the internet, right? But like the rest of internet. Maturity in intellectual exploration. Has has slowed. So the intellectual maturity of individuals when they were 13, like last generation, like millennial generation, or even earlier, intellectual maturity was at a particular speed, right? Or like a reference. It's not desirable. It's not like good or bad because it's hard to quantify based on societal changes, but it is acceptable now that maturity intellectually has slowed. So those who operate with critical thinking skills, right? Critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. They say 30 years ago, at the age of 18, this is what was classically back in the day, or like maybe, and this is not saying it's the right way or the wrong way. This is what's happening, and society might be adjusting to it, right? Or technology is adjusting to it, or technology is the consequence of this. But between 18 and 21, this is when you have your peak critical problem solving and critical thinking skills, because you have to integrate information and then apply that information. Well, due to the advent of the internet, I think nowadays I rarely, like in a Gen Z situation, right? Gen Z, and this could be me trying to be accepting and understanding what I have to do for teaching purposes, right? Teaching, like what do I aim at when I teach or help, right? The word help. Gen Z, this has ballooned up to 25 to 28 years of age. So Gen Z now, when it comes to talking, now you might be thinking this might be condescending, but it's more like adjusting or adapting. When I talk to a Gen Z, right, back in the day, or like when they're around this age, or now, like I guess we're going to Gen Alpha now, getting closer and closer to Gen Alpha. I don't use language like I'm talking about now, like this stuff that I'm talking about. I don't use this language, and I don't talk about number lines when I'm talking to them. If I'm helping them and I'm teaching them, I don't use a number line. I use ones and zeros. And then it's gotten so observant that nowadays, when I talk to anyone who's even into their 30s, possibly, they talk in ones and zeros. What are ones and zeros? Hard and easy. To make it even more exaggerated, hardest and easiest. Best and worst. Right? Always and never. Right? Every, and nothing. Or no one, or what have you. And this provides objective clarity. it coincides with how objectified the internet is now. And I try to frame, so my goal in teaching, like why do I think this is the hardest endeavor? I'm trying to illustrate now in real time why I absolutely love, I'm incredibly infatuated with how humans change over time and how technology affects them. And this always, almost literally and figuratively, always affects how well you adjust to societal changes. And one of the societal changes is, how do I convey nuance? How do I convey nuance in objectivity, the interface between objectivity and subjectivity, without sounding like this, but sounding more like this? So what I'm writing here and showing here is kind of my attempt at that. You know, there's a bit of generalization here, categorization here, to create it, to make it more approachable. But the ultimate goal is I'll probably spend the rest of my life constantly trying to bring, in my opinion, bring some subjectivity, or maybe awareness of the subjectivity in my opinion, in fallacious interpretation of objectivity. And one of them is this idea of best and worse. Best and worse is subjective. It can use objective metrics to support these words, but they are not, they are inappropriately used most of the time, because the best would suggest it's unchanging a lot of times. It's used as though it's unchanging, and worse is used as it's unchanging. So for example, I will use this attempt to relate it back to language learning. When Chinese is seen as the hardest language for English speakers, right? You could make an argument that this will never change. And because it never changes, it leads to this generalization. That creates a lack of critical thinking skills. Now, that's not that important. You don't really need this. Like, I would say 9 out of 10 times when someone says, hey, 太难, right? 学习中文很太難, like, it's just really difficult, right? 難しいです, right? とても難しいです. Very difficult, and yeah, then it reinforces the generalization, right? So you don't really need this until you actually need this, right? Or use this. Now, hear me out. I could make a counter argument. This Japanese is also lumped into Chinese. Now, if a bunch of English speakers suddenly suggested that they want to learn Japanese or Chinese because of trends, right? Because it's trendy. Anime, 动画, right? 动画, anime, you know, 漫画, and manga, right? Doesn't this make it less hard? And I didn't say easy, I said less hard. Because all I can think about is, why didn't these English speakers choose Spanish or French if it's so easy? Because objectivity is not sufficient. Objectivity, or you can... the metrics that they used is not sufficient to explain the irony, or like I guess it would be ironic because unexpected trend. Why are there a lot of English speakers learning Japanese and possibly even increase in Chinese despite this being easier? Well, if you look at it from the objective standpoint, like let's say your metrics involve fluency, speed to fluency, right? Then this is not sufficient to explain your outcome, your expected outcome. So what's null hypothesis test? The null hypothesis test is like, it's not about fluency, speed to fluency, that causes people to engage in an endeavor, right? So is it true or not? That's not the point. The point is people do not think this way very much anymore. And I have to teach that, or I want to teach that. I want to teach and help how to use critical thinking. Critical thinking involves testing your thoughts. They're trying to explain things, understand patterns and connections, right? So in the future, when someone talks to another person, right? When people talk to each other, talks to talk. I don't know why I wrote talks to talk. I think I meant talks to another person, right? Another person online. And what I mean by online, the future of online, right? Talk to another. They would start thinking about patterns or subtexts or gathering information, right? Because you're gathering information about someone's both objectivity and subjectivity, right? I can't tell you how long that I could be talking to someone for over years, I would say, over years, maybe even publish and talk candidly for publish years of stuff, and that all this would still be distilled to ones and zeros. And I think I want to change that. In my opinion, this is my life's endeavor. I want to change this. Kind of like, for example, when someone is seen using Duolingo, that implies that the next question they would ask is, do you only use Duolingo? Right? And hear me out. It's not one-sided. This is probably true. Statistically, on average, the person that is using it is also very similar to the person that's making the assumption. It's a feedback loop. The way people interact nowadays is predicated on information that they see often. How often? Often enough to believe it's true. Rarely does anyone say, not that I'm saying no one does. There are occasional people that would say, what else do you use? That's also an assumption. Or you can ask like, what have you done? Or like an open-ended question, right? Where it leaves the possibility to the person saying that they either only use or have used other things. And that still occurs. I just feel, in my opinion, anecdotally, it's rarer than making assumptions. It's easier to think of zeros and ones than thinking about one, a confirmation of what you think. That's profiling, right? And then all the way to infinity. So this would be open-ended. Things would be open-ended. And it is easier too. So if you ask a 0 and 1 question, it can lead to faster conversations. What it also does is erode all nuance. Now, I will, when someone asks me in a 0 and 1 question, as a testament to my hardest endeavor, I will try to impart nuance to these questions to the best of my ability. Whether that person grows, whether that person chooses to learn or practice or grow from it is not something that I'm concerned with. It's giving generosity. So this is providing generosity, or at least I feel like it's providing generosity, and then see what happens here. And I'm the observer. And this is the thing that I'm referring to as the most satisfying thing that I can ever have in life. When I openly give generosity and see if it results in anything after. And not expecting. So this is different from expecting a return on investment. I think that's internet speak. So like expecting ROI, that's internet speak. So if I answer the question really well and I dedicate a lot of time to it, I expect an equal in return on in-depth understanding and learning potential of the person I'm talking to. That would be a logical fallacy as well. I think 99.5% of the time, I spend most of my time generating things that I believe can be useful and impactful, and 0.1% of the time, I might see a response, because generally that hill is very, very high. My testament, in my opinion, my testament to how much I care is also associated with how hard someone has to work. And I'm looking for the 0.1% that believe it's worth it. And then maybe that 0.1% will go on to find impact on the 99.9%. And that's what, in a way, a great way to summarize my hardest endeavor in life. I know, or I am aware, that how much I care makes it very, very difficult for someone to reciprocate. But the 1% that I do, or the 0.1% that I do, I hope they go on to pass on things that I can otherwise I have chosen not to do. I could spend all my days in and out talking about, oh yeah, I finished my Wanikani session. That's another 10 kanji, another 10 characters down. Or HanziHero, oh man, that's another 20 items. I could totally do that, and I can kind of see the draw. I can sympathize with how awesome that is. My first thought is like, okay, I learned these items. What should I do when someone asks me something about them? And that's the only that's the concern I have. And I explain these 20 items to the next person. And I explain the next 10 characters in Wanikani to the next person. If I can't explain it, how can I explain it to the best of my ability? As in, like, what should I do, or what do I still have to do, right? Or what I can see. Most of the time, this would be too much. I think most people do not want to hear this. They want to know what works, what works and results. So they, in my opinion, prefer to see someone complete, not see it complete, not observe completion of it. They want to see the completion of the task and then be informed about it, whether they're going to commit or not. Right. And that is something I do for things I don't care about, or for things I personally don't care about as much. Because my perspective is, if I care about something, I'm thinking about how I would teach and use them to help others. So the things I care about most are the things that involve this endeavor. So if I'm going to pick up a product, it's going to be a product that helps my life. And then I want to understand as much about that product as I can in order to use it to either teach or help someone else. So does learning Chinese help me with that? It does. Does learning Japanese help me with that? It does. I do get the self-satisfaction of learning some Chinese and Japanese for my own personal use. I think that's like a drop in the bucket. There's no more greater satisfaction to me than talking to someone else who has become indirectly passionate or interested about either Chinese, Japanese, or Spanish, largely because I was enthusiastically trying to disseminate information about it. Yeah. All right. Anyways, let's get back to this. Curious. I mean, I'm not sure if you're still here, being that it's been an hour ago. But what is your hardest endeavor in your life? Yeah, it's been an hour since that message. Sometimes when I try to ask a question, I also plan and expect to answer the question myself. Perhaps that's also something I would love to communicate before I start on a very large digression. Sometimes it's a wonderful self-awareness exercise to ask, if you're gonna ask a question to someone else, can you answer the question yourself? Like, how would you answer your own question? I've asked most of the questions I ask, I'm also expected to answer as well. So when I ask someone how's someone's day, like, oh, hello, how are you? What's your day like? I would also have already prepared something and expect to answer the question as well. Because my natural inclination is that if you're not around now and you don't expect a follow-up question, then that is the 99.9% of people that I think that I interact with on a daily basis online. I'm looking for the less than 1% that would reciprocate or talk in a manner that is responsive and active, instead of asking a question and then dipping out the moment it gets too serious. All right. Okay, let's get back. Oops.
闯出
to break out, right?
损
Let's see. Good damage. Kinda looks like it. Oh no, it has shellfish. Oh wait, that's member. I don't remember having I don't remember having member as a noun. Superman is in the basement of the infirmary where there is a superhero group meeting taking place. In the infirmary basement. He goes to shake the hand of another member of the group, but his superhuman strength leads to him damaging the member's finger. He holds up his finger, which is completely smashed, probably damaged beyond repair. Okay, let's swap this up. Superman is in the base. It's out of character. I don't like this approach. I think it's very reflexive of what Wanikani does too. We're gonna switch this up. So Superman is in the basement of the infirmary, right? And it's in the basement of the infirmary because they're superheroes. Superheroes who get injured are done on the down are assessed for damages on the down low because you don't ever want to share that side of superheroes, right? So different members of the superhero group often get damages, and one of them is one of the members of the superhero group have damaged fingers, and they're being healed and being addressed. You know, one of Superman's buddies got their fingers damaged, and it's on the down low in the infirmary's basement, right? Shun. Hi. Damage or harm, harm. 生吃 lose. You know, I'm not quite sure the difference between lose versus lost versus loss. Lose, loss, and loss are related but distinct. Lose is a verb meaning to fail to keep, or okay. Loss is the past tense and past participle of lose, okay. Loss is a noun referring to the act of losing or something that is lost. Okay, I haven't really ever gotten that straight. Okay. Alright. Okay, so a loss versus to lose or having lost something. Okay, alright, gotcha. So this is a loss.
损 比
The other, oh, kare? Interesting, kare. Wait, is this kare? Or is kare this? Huh. No, this is kare. Or oka? No, hako? Oka? No. Hako? No, hako is box, right? Oka? No, hoka is another somewhere else. I guess it's just kare, huh? Oh, the other. How does that work out? Maybe like are? Like are kore. Probably are kore. Like this and that, or like one thing or another. Huh. That's interesting. The other stuff is not related to the other. Huh. I'm thinking of Oka, which is reversed. Oh my gosh, that's so weird. Wait a minute. Ah is he, right? the he, him. But ta and this is he, him ish in Japanese. This is still or okay. I guess they just swap. They just swap places. Oh boy. That'll be a fun conversation in the future. B versus kare. Or yeah, kare. Right. Kare versus ta and hoka, right? Ta and hoka. What the heck is ho? Ho. Right. Interesting. What happened? I wonder what happened there. Okay, B. So I gotta make sure I don't work this up here. Alright. Bigfoot is in the basement of the house where he is making sandals made of skin. Sure. Hoping that they can conceal his hairy feet. Oh, okay. He finished one and puts it on, but hasn't made the other. Once the other sandal is complete, he will finally have vaguely human-looking feet. Interesting. That would also imply that he's using human skin. That's fine. This is okay. Solid. B. Oh, each other. B. Beats. Beats. I don't think I have the other right hand on its own. Oh no. I mean, it's kicking. So, oh no, I have beats. Beats. It's like just like, so each other. Or like. Bishi. The other time. At that time. Didn't we have an expression at that time recently? I don't remember it, but it's on today's review. Peter Pan. Bida pan. Bida pan. Oh, Bida, Peter. Okay, Bida pan. Okay. Wait, do I have pun? I don't think so. Dropping rice patty and spray.
B.
Yeah. Over. That's gonna be a tough one.
飞弹
A done.
打鼓
打鼓. Yep.
笋 闯出
On true.
B.
Diagnose. Diagnose. You look suspicious. Where have I seen you before? I feel like, no, that's not it. It's not finger. It's definitely something else. Oh, no, it is finger. Right? Jun. Why is it finger? Maybe it's not. Oh no, it's scepter. Ah, dang it. That's fine. It was hazy. So all I could remember is you can see roughly that the structure can be mistaken for each other. There are three horizontal pieces and a vertical. Oh, Jun. Okay. Which was precious. Jun. Alright. Good diagnose. James Bond is in the basement of the infirmary where he is being diagnosed, okay, by a team of top secret doctors and nurses, kind of like the Superman thing. His entire body is covered with hair to the point where even the words that come out of his mouth are literally covered in hair. No, that's fine. I think words and mouth are gonna combine to saying things. The doctor poked him with a special umbrella, okay, and determined his diagnosis. He has the hair disease. Okay, I'm gonna. Hmm. A hair-borne disease. Well, yeah, that's fine. Maybe like I don't know, a special apparatus that's the shape of an umbrella. That doesn't really help, does it? Yeah, it's okay. This is okay. A hair disease sounds like it's, you know, funny, but I could actually kind of see a hair disease. Zhenduan, diagnose break? Or, yeah, diagnose break? Oh, to break a diagnosis. As in to disclose one, maybe? Or to discover one? Minzheng. Outpatient? Okay, hold up. Outpatient versus inpatient. Inpatient. Outpatient care involves receiving medical treatment without being formally admitted to a hospital. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And then inpatient care conversely requires a formal admission by a doctor for at least one. Okay. So, outpatient, men. Interesting, using men. Instead of like why or something. You know, like why John? Or do I have that? No, I don't think so. Oh, door. Okay. Well, what was ascribed to men? Entrance, right? Yeah. So the reason why I'm having why this is a little sus is because men could mean inpatient as opposed to outpatient. The door could mean like, are you going in the door or are you outside the door? So, interesting. Oh, but I guess I could think of it as the diagnosis at the door. If the diagnosis is made at the door, then it's outside. Yes. Minjung. Now I'm kind of curious what inpatient is. If they have a one. Or, oh, it could just default to patient. So a patient is always an inpatient, but an outpatient is special because that's not the default.
诊
That would be funny. I can see that actually.
肤
Cool. Skin. Oh no. So now we have second skin. It doesn't look like pee. if you squint really, really hard, it kind of looks like pee. Like, if you squint really, really hard, it kind of looks like pee. You know, you just add a little here. This is like someone saying, I have no idea what this is, this thing, so I'm just gonna put an X. That's probably easier. Like, I find that there's someone out there, including myself, will find that easier to remember than this. Okay, Frankenstein is in front of the house where he is growing a rice field. Outside the house, he sees a tiger in the rice field. Okay, that goes up to him and rips off some of his green clammy skin. It is Frankenstein. Frankenstein responds by knocking the tiger out with a moon that he has on him. Let's just say like a moon statue or like a moon-shaped object, like a ball, like a marble moon ball thing. Then he slowly takes the skin off of the unconscious tiger as payback. Okay. Let's ignore the last part. Maybe he like tried to patch up his skin right afterwards. He patches up his skin. We don't really need evisceration or like skinning. That sounds like it would stick for a lot of individuals. Maybe like people who are. It doesn't really work for me all that much. The imagery like this is not is something that I don't gravitate towards. More like mending. Oftentimes mending, resolving conflicts without vengeance and stuff tend to sit a lot more in my head than just revenge, which kind of makes you start wondering like what goes on in like Koichi and Co with Wanikani and Kevin and Co with HanziHero, how they like, is this more efficacious, like these types of mnemonics? I don't know, but it certainly is something that I would notice right away as a contrast. Because Frankenstein is misunderstood. Oh, Frankenstein's monster. We're talking about more like Frankenstein's monster because he has green clammy skin. But Frankenstein himself, if it was Frankenstein himself, I could kind of see it, I guess. Like Dr. Frankenstein. Or Frankenstein. I'm actually not sure of Frankenstein. I should really read Frankenstein. Oh, you know what? I will soon. Because Guillermo del Toro next film is about Frankenstein. So I'll be more interested than Del Toro opening me up to being more and more cultured each day. Parasocially, of course, parasocially. Oh, speaking of skin. Ifu. Skin. Ifu, there it is. I mean, it kind of like if you squint really hard, it looks the same. It's basically the same thing. I'm kidding, obviously, but it's basically the same. Okay, I'm gonna do a generalization. The left one seems like a simplified character of the right one, is what I'm saying here. Like in a deeper cut here, the left seems like an adequate simplification of the right. Or if you want to do some start some flame wars on the internet, the left side is like a first grade writing impression of the right side. Or this is for humor. All right, I'm sorry if this might be. Hopefully, I don't attack anyone personally. The hypothetical person who is a Gen Z would prefer to write the left side versus the right side. Or like someone who's hardcore, or like casual versus hardcore, right? Simplified versus complicated, or the internet nowadays versus the internet before. Or a scientific article versus a journalistic news report on that scientific article. That is it. And for better or for worse, you could kind of see the pros and cons, right? Pros and cons of both of these. Like, if you had to pick a skin, which skin would you pick? Me personally, after saying all that, you know, while people are taking bets and taking my comments possibly personally, I prefer to write the left side. The left side flows really well, right? And then on the reproducing this, I'm like, okay. It's certainly satisfying to write all of this, but that's still not it. Anyways, fu qian, shallow skin. Oh, superficial. Very nice. Fu qian, and then fu se, skin color. Makes sense.
夫聪
Cong. Oh, 聪明. 聪明. Which mean 聪明? It's probably bright, right? 聪明. Oh, but it could be silenced, right? 聪明. Or is it 聪明? Or 聪明? 聪明. No, it's not 聪. It's gotta be. It's either 聪明 or 聪明. I think it's 聪明. 聪明 is not it. So it's probably 2. So it's bright. Casper is in front of the temple trying to convince Casper. Casper is in front of the temple trying to convince the monks that he is smart. Well, he is a ghost. Going to a temple is kind of weird. Kind of honestly, that's not very smart. He sees his ghost skills. Okay, he uses his ghost skills to do so. He places a ghost heart. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Zhong. And what is Zhong? I think it's you swap out the ears for grain stock and you're good to go, or something like that. Pretty sure. This is what is this? Overall? I think. Let's double check. Oh no, it's heckin' thread. Dang it. It's thread. Which also kind of looks like a tree and a grain stock. I know. I don't think of thread the way they represent it. I think of it more like this. And then it kinda, it kinda has this triangular, like this thing going around. So if it's murky, and then this is adjacent to that, right? It still has that tree element. And since it was murky enough, I thought it was grain stock, but it was silk or thread. Trying to convince the monk that he is smart, he uses his ghost skills to do so. He places a ghost heart, okay, on a rock within the garden. Then sticks a corn stalk, right? Corn stalk into it. It seems to turn into a weird radio that plays spooky ghost noise. All the monks are surprised at how smart Casper is and praise him, but they are also smart enough to plug their ears because the sound from the radio is really heckin' annoying. I don't know. This is probably not going to stick. So radio, it is another a chance to use radio and corn stalk like that. You know what? I kind of feel like this could be a component all on its own. Might be making up more components. Or having heart under something feels like it could be another component too. Like there could be a positional component as opposed to always thinking of heart as a separate thing. How do I get it? Chung. I mean, I don't have. Honestly, I know what chung looks like, but ears. How do we do this? So Casper is in front of the temple trying to convince the monks that he is smart. So he decided to make like a radio sound thing with the heart and cornstalk. Stick a cornstalk in the heart and turn it into a weird radio. There's no way I can stick cornstalk anywhere, so alright, well, we're just gonna go with it. Let's see if it sticks. Alright. Yeah. Chongming. It's fine. Yeah.
葱
I think both the times, the only two times, this component, I think it's only been used between these two. Or that combination, and neither of them are very memorable. Maybe something like Casper is in front of the temple trying to grab the ears, right? Grab the ears and the heart to listen, right? And feel grab the ears and the heart of the monks, because monks are generous by nature, I suppose. Monk, by communicating to them, because he's a ghost, by communicating through them through a radio, you know, like static noise, ghostly things, asking what is it like to eat corn, you know, corn stalk, or like corn. We'll just use corn or corn stalk for this, and because he's a ghost, so he can't consume anything. I think that is fine too. It reminds, like, why would you ask that? Because he's a ghost, can't eat, I suppose. Maybe he has memories of eating corn. I don't remember Casper's backstory. It was not disclosed whether he remembers the taste of corn or not, or if they can process eating. I remember watching the Casper movie, where his uncles, I think those were his uncles, still consume things, but they don't literally consume them. But it seems like they have some sort of appetite for eating something, or the concept of eating. So I remember the one scene in like the kitchen where they like gluttonously, grotesquely like try to eat things, but then the food like goes through and then falls through their body onto the ground, and then they made a comment like, then there are leftovers, because then they can go and eat it again because they don't actually digest any of the stuff. But Casper attempts to try to clean it up, and one of the other ghost members says something like, but what about leftover, you know, like, let's just leave it there kind of situation. He's smart enough to try to communicate to the monks through the radio. Neighbor. Ling. Oh, like Ling Ju. Okay. Link. Okay. Link is inside the sick ward of the infirmary. Next to him are 2 hills of rice. His neighbor on the other sickbed is a coyote. Oh boy. And Link shares some of his rice with it. Link is truly a good neighbor. Coyote. You have to fit in the coyote. I mean, Link can transform into a wolf too, right? Like a wolf thing. Yeah, it fits. It fits. Alright. They're just random hills of rice. Or mounds of rice. I suppose. Yeah. Lingju. Or Lingju. Oh, it's Ju. Lingju, not Lingju. Lingju. Lingguo. Kind of sounds like something else. Lingguo. Ling. Bang. Nation.
Ling.
Okay.
Shou.
Shou. Longevity. Gonna take some longevity with all those horizontal strokes. That's a nightmare. Let's see. We have a soldier. What is this thing supposed to be? One stroke. Is that supposed to be a ground? I guess. Ground. Oh, there are two grounds. Two grounds, crossbeam, caliper, and mouth. Longevity. Beard. The whole thing is a beard. Okay, if this isn't a beard standalone, I'm flipping a table. You what, mate? Alright, that's fine, I guess. Picture, okay, picture an old soldier that has a beard which goes from his mouth all the way to the ground. If you take a caliper and measure it, you will find his beard is longer than the width of a crossbeam. I kind of like it. That's really good. Alright, sure. Beard. It's a really complicated character. It won't...
Shou.
It's kind of difficult to forget complicated parts. Having that whole thing as a character is kind of weird. Like this whole thing as a component. That would suggest, right, that this is common enough to be in a lot of things. That's this unit of a horizontal character is in other characters. Yeah, Shrek is in the bathroom of the bakery. Okay. Cleaning his beard that has a bunch of dough, flour, and croissant stuck in. Alright. Shrek believes that shaving reduces longevity. So he has a nasty green beard that he won't shave off and keeps on getting things stuck in it. To Shrek, being unsanitary is a small price for longevity, though he may be fired soon of it. We'll do the reverse, right? Although, I guess an ogre is a little bit unkept, right? I think I'll do a reverse. So Shrek is in the bathroom of the bakery, cleaning his beard, has a bunch of dough, flour, and croissant stuck in it. Shrek believes, I'm starting to think more of a Viking than anything else, believes that being able to maintain a beard is sign of good longevity, personal hygiene and whatnot. So despite him being an ogre, he tries to be as sanitary as he can be in order to, represent a figure of longevity, I suppose. Ogres have long beards. I'm starting to think of dwarves instead, but dwarves and Vikings. Cheng Shou. Okay. Oh, Shoushi is, oh, this, wait, hold up. Oh, I can totally see it now. I can totally see. I don't know if this is simplified or not. It's probably simplified character. Oh, I can totally see the relationship between them. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. So. Oh, okay. Interesting. Sushi, right? 寿司. Sushi. Same characters. One is just simplified. 寿司. Lifespan. 寿命. Longevity. Order. Fate. Okay.
寿
Beard.
葱 枕
Excuse me.
夫
This one's probably the weakest
零
thing as a standalone.
寿
This one could be weak since the whole thing is the component. Whoops. Alright, because of that little digression, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and I'll be back for our review here. All right, let's get into our review. Hopefully, not tragic like yesterday. Okay.
边 指挥
将军发出了指挥，
妇人
妇人不需要工作，
Oh, that's husband actually.
火冒三丈
老板对迟到的员工火冒三丈，
Uh, what? I'm stuck between two things. I'll have to think through them later.
玉山
玉山是台湾最高的山，
引导
父母必须引导他们的孩子，
Not, no. Whole guide. Maybe it's still guide or introduce. Kind of thought it could also mean attract. What incarnation? Wait. Dang it. Okay. It's fine. Those are kind of overlapping.
辽
Ugh. That's two.
睡袋
睡袋在帐篷里面，
磨
It's kind of like imitate. Oh, it is imitate. All right.
措施
我们必须采取安全措施，
That was my first gut feeling.
是否
他是否能来还不一定，
Whether or not, sure. 措施 transmit Or extend? Expand? Measure? Oh, dang it. That's arrangement. Alright. That's a meaning problem. So that's like execute plus arrange, right? Arrange and to carry out. The carry out measurement. Didn't want to linger too much today. Make up some time.
意
That is supposed to be a married woman, right? But what do they want? Okay, I don't think I'm losing
暴
anything.
富
他有远大的抱负。
Or take responsibility, or carry, or shoulder something. I don't know how they are going about saying it at the moment.
四季
一年分4季，
Whoops. Misspell. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is awaken. Huh. Tool what was it? Measures. Heckin' double sun. I still think it's
暗
I don't know how un works though. It's Master Chief, I understand that. Oh, it's an alarm clock. I forgot about the alarm clock. Freaking alarm clock. It's like to shoulder something. Ambition. Oh, to shoulder. To embrace or carry on the shoulder. Aspirations. I think take on like take on a burden is good enough for aspirations. To commit to something. Embraced in burdens, ambition. I think that's fine. I want to say what? It's ya. Oh no, it's ya. Oh, those two are Okay, 鸭婆. Dang it. 鸭婆 is oppress. Disappointing. 多久? Oh, 多久?
饱
I totally forgot. Yeah. Poor
压
is
迫
这个政府压
reoccurring.
迫人民，
Pretty sure it's oppress. That's unfortunate. Yeah, poor. That's very unfortunate.
笨蛋
你是一个笨蛋。
学费
这所大学的学费很昂贵。
Oh no, that's my bad. I'm thinking of different fu. I'm thinking of fu ren as in like a married woman person, not fu ren as in the wealthy. I was dang. That's fine. I think that one's a hiccup.
毛巾
我用毛巾擦了擦脸。
That one's okay. I'm okay with that.
多久
你要待多久？
瓶盖
瓶盖在哪里？
开心
我不开心。
That says not happy in the sentence, but
害虫
害虫是农业的重要问题之一。
English manor? That's the last location I would think. So I would have to say something like something ritzy, right? I guess the bottle itself was really ritzy. Maybe like a luxurious sun bottle or something. I didn't think it was. It was everything other than the English manor. So that kind of sucks. Oops. Oh, that's Jie. What? Oh. I do have a typo. Oh no, I did it again.
归还
请准时归还图书馆的书籍。
夫
What? Oh, is this? Oh, it's definitely this.
纵
We practiced it, but it still got stuck.
"冰 醒
What? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I don't remember which one this is. Oh wait.
外卖，
送外卖，
绝，
It's soft, but what do they want? Cut off or decide? Oh, that's fine. It's part of solve. I think it's most used for how did the spray in the boulder work? I don't even remember. How to get rid of a gigantic boulder? Grab a hose and start spraying it? Doesn't put Joe. That explains why I don't remember any of it other than it's Jie.
年底，
我希望年底前完成任务。
返回，
他们已经返回公司了。
What?
柴，
Hmm. Hmm.
优惠，
会员可以享受优惠价格。
Oh no, preference.
安眠药，
我需要安眠药。
杂，
Huh. What is the heck is going? Oh, I think I know what I'm going about. Incorrect there.
感性，
每个人的感性都不同。
Perception. Perception's kind of good there. Oh no. Hmm.
其实，
其实他的工作很轻松。
Oh yeah, actually. Okay.
历届，
历届会议的议题都很相似。
大熊猫，
大熊猫喜欢吃竹子。
What? Oh, that is not the right. Oh, this is at that time, the other expression. 届时.
届时，毒蛇，
他被毒蛇咬了。
What happened here? Hmm.
望，
Whoops. Let's see. Mansion finger. I thought it was. Oh no, it's not. I keep mixing it up for it though. Have multiple things. Have multiple things. They all involve a branch and fingers. I would need a vocabulary word for this. So let's say, so it's not 知 because 知 is this. It's not 吃. I don't know how 吃 works anymore. I'm missing something. 吃 has both of these, but there's a third thing. I don't know. Let's just skip this quick. It was ji, the thing about balancing it on a finger. The mnemonic was there, but the location was gone. I didn't know what the tone was. Unfortunate. Ji, not G. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Will it happen again? Probably. It'll probably happen again. We'll try to sort out the two.
蛇皮，
这是一个蛇皮钱包。
立即，
请立即告诉我们发生了什么事情。
Oh, I think I missed mixing out G with something.
记，
Yeah, everything else is fine for that.
脾脏，
脾脏帮助清除老化的红血球。
戏院，
我们今晚要去戏院。
黑熊，
黑熊喜欢吃蜂蜜。
脾气，
它有一个温和的脾气。
细，老鼠，
城市里有许多老鼠。
兔子，
兔子有长长的耳朵。
Rabbits have long ears.
屎，
So I feel like
白兔，
魔术师手中拿着一只白兔。
Whoops, that's I clicked a 1-4 mixed up there. I thought this was like retreat or something. Like Tway. And then the right was merman. No, swim fins and poster. Like retreat on foot. It's definitely, I think it's jiao on the right. But what is the left incorrect? Oh. No way. I don't know. That it doesn't make sense together. Shit. Oh, retreat. Okay. I think that's fine. That would have been, that is my second thing with the Quasimodo going into the, yeah, that's fine. Whoops. Wait. Fine. We'll figure it out.
虚，静，架，
What?
逃走，
他从监狱逃走了。
臭气，
他的健身带有一股可怕的臭气。
水手，
他是个水手。
Oh.
球，
Oh no, that's a ball. That's a ball. What in tarnation? What? Oh. Oh my gosh.
窝，
Ooh. That doesn't work very well. Oh man.
退却，
我们需要立刻退却。
强烈，
他强烈的否认了指控。
虎妈，
虎妈期望孩子取得完美的成绩。
呆，绿，老虎，
这只小老虎很可爱。
煤烟，
煤烟污染是健康问题。
or smoke.
桃，应，
Heck. It's like trapped onto something. Something fell down, pressed against the ground, tried to lift it with its tongue but couldn't. Ying. I don't know the vocabulary, the translation. This is new, so we can get a pass. Hard. Between the rock and hard place, right?
口臭，
它有口臭。
围，他们，
他们都是老师。
平坦，
这条路很平坦。
竹，否，
It's like a pose. Maybe like violates is good, or against, to go against, or to don't care, like to not care about it in a way.
外贸，
他在一家外贸公司工作。
It's foreign trade or foreign exchange. I know foreign exchange could be referring to something else, but it's also foreign exchange.
朗读，
你能朗读这段文字吗？
That one's a little shaky.
滚动，
滚动的石头不生青苔。
锯，
It go against or negate. Let's just say go against is fine. I guess I'm gonna throw in violate just because it's in part of violate now. Yeah, this character, this is gonna be a component. It's just muscular hand, like a person. This is a muscular person, like the help. It's probably gonna be part of the help. That helps a lot, actually, lack of a better word. But
聚，灰，
Almost lost that one.
带，
Ooh, I almost typed borrow as opposed to loan. It's a left and right situation.
背弃，
他感到被背弃了。
Oh, that's abandoned. It's not. It's the opposite of what I just typed. Okay.
糕点，
这家店的糕点非常有名。
直达，
火车直达上海。
What?
理想，
我的理想工作。
理想 Logical think like good like skill understand
默，
back to the 理想 again. Ideal. Ooh. Or rat. I think Reasonable's fine. Ideal? It might not be the same as ideal. But I don't that is a problem on how I interpret the word ideal. I'm not concerned about it.
弯曲，
这条汉很弯曲。
Oh, winding. Munchy kind of sounds like winding.
估计，
这是一个粗略的估计。
Yeah, I don't like this word. Fine. Or no, I don't like it in the sense of how it's being defined. Okay.
最，绿色，
按那个绿色按钮。
瞧不起，
我们不能瞧不起任何人。
后盾，
这个团队有强大的后盾。
I think I had a problem with
愿，
that before.
闽
That takes a while. Way too long. This was 2 days ago.
板
Less time, but still a lot of time. Dang it. Dang it. Gut feeling failed.
贸易
两国之间所有贸易已经停止。
I thought this was...
新
What did I type in that one word? What did I type here? I thought I typed sing. Oh, maybe the right is incorrect. Oh, it is.
欣赏
他欣赏大自然的美。
Or appreciate, I guess.
交
Oops. Glue. Glue. That's what I'm looking for.
围困
敌军围困了这座城市。
土堆
推土机正在移动那个大土堆。
Oops. That is not that.
会静
What? Oh, it's probably like conflict. Or even war. Probably conflict. Oh, that's not it. Obviously.
属于
这些书属于图书馆。
Rung man.
扔掉
不要把食物扔掉。
Oh no, it's her.
合格
合格的候选人。
Some part of me want to type like, guys. Or compete. That's it. I probably want compete.
波央解析
我们需要解析这个市场。
长
Oh no. I lost it. Because that's a modified character and I don't remember which one it's going for. Hmm. It's not that. Nope. I should add competition to this.合格的候选人 type nature qualified. Okay. Oops, that's a typo. Ride. How do I do ride? Grain stock. North Pole. Oh, maybe like
成
then I don't remember what did they modify the right to be? Because of that tail, not a traditional. It's only helpful if it was in a vocabulary word or a sentence. Let's see. What does it look like? A syringe? Closest is a syringe. So finger and syringe. Yeah, I don't know. Like Chun. Well, oh, this is it's furball. Yeah, I just completely it is the character, but it's our only furball. I think we only have one furball. Hold up. One furball so far and one furball. Oh, wait. Yeah, I already know it's in trust, but wait, is there no vocabulary word for this? Oh, there's just no vocabulary words for this. Interesting. I didn't even realize there wasn't a vocabulary word for this. Wait, that can't be right. Yeah, that is right. There's no vocabulary that would explain it. Well, right. I think it's not because of the the character itself. It's because of furball. And it's our only furball too. That's a weak spot. I think this one's an anomaly. It's one of the characters that are already introduced that has no vocabulary attached to it. So it needs a vocabulary word at some point. Some of this is already a known problem.
毒品
毒品是危险的。
Or a known completion thing. It's on its way, and we need a vocabulary word for it. At least in my opinion.
脱
Mnemonic is not that great either. It's kind of like two separate things. They're not attached to each other. Furball. I think that would just be weak for the sake of just not having a vocabulary word.
纯真，
她的纯真令人感动。
Innocence, yeah, sure. Pure and innocence are synonymous. Like pure intent. Pure of intent. I think the 5 we got are pretty good. The 2 vocabulary words were gnarly. I just completely forgot them. Man. Early start days. Okay. All right. What do we have? This is beard. Gotta remember member as well. Haven't used member in a while. Member and finger. 选呼东人 Oh, wait. Whoa. Need to be careful there. This is B. This is fool. Ling. Sure. Or is it show? Show. Okay.我是子弹西红西红柿 Wait. Yes. 博客 This one can be a problem. 博客 is gonna be a problem. 柿子博物馆道德 飞弹。打打鼓打鼓。乐器。哦，no， not 乐器。闯期。五。五角。美德。闯入。Alright, let's go. Okay. Superman, right? Superman is in the basement of the infirmary, checking up on one of the members. One of the members of his group that had a damaged finger being repaired on the download in the infirmary, right? Of the superhero group. Gotta keep it secret. Then we have Bigfoot, who's in the basement of his house, working on skinning some sandals to cover up his hairy feet to be more human-like, right? And he finished one, and then he has to make sure the other is finished to put together, right? Then we have Casper, who's in front of the temple, trying to use his smarts to try to communicate or grab the ears, right? Ears and hearts of the temple monks by communicating through them through a radio, which is what ghosts typically do, or one way anyways, to try to ask them, what does it taste? What does a corn stalk taste like? Okay. Then we have James Bond, who's in the basement of the infirmary, being treated from a mission. He was trying to communicate through words, right? What his diagnosis was. Using a umbrella-like apparatus, it turns out that he has contracted some sort of disease through hair fibers while he's on mission. Okay. Then we have Frankenstein, who's outside of his house, embracing the life of a farmer on his rice paddy, when suddenly a tiger dropped out of nowhere, attacked him and ripped open his skin. Well, Frankenstein grabbed a nearby moon-shaped object and whacked the tiger to get him to stop and then start patching up his skin, right? Because he is a patchwork after all. Now we have Link, who's recovering in the infirmary, where he also has a stash, which I think Hills is gonna be mound or pile, right? As well, a stash of rice, right, to feed on to. While his neighbor, he has a neighboring coyote guy, an anthropomorphic coyote guy, of which he shares some of that with neighboring bed. Then we have Shrek, who's in the bathroom of the bakery, trying to clean off his beard of the flour and dough. Trying to maintain a good beard, which is a sign of longevity. Which beard goes all the way over here. That one's okay. It kind of writes itself. Alright, so 辍师. 辍师 was... right? 辍 and 师. Execute or carry out. I don't quite remember. Let's make sure. Right. Compass, handgun, and alligator. I use like a compass like thing, figure out where the alligator is, to carry out pest control, I suppose. Oh. Sure. How does this work? Oh, sure. Carry out a measure to measure. And ya. Oh. Ya. That doesn't look right. I think it might have been a tree or something. No, wait. I think that might be okay. Oh no, it was dirt. Dang it. It was dirt. So... like cliff? Sun, moon, yeah, sun, moon, cliff, yeah, okay. Those are correct. I forgot the soil part. Yeah, So it's like on a cliff's worth of soil. I forgot how this works. So Yoshi is like in front of the auditorium. In front of the auditorium. You know, trying to show off by applying pressure to himself. He's like juggling. Like performing for, like, say, a dog and other peeps. By juggling like a sun and moon statue on top of like a cliff's worth of soil or something. That's Something like that. Poor, I keep forgetting. Poor, just... I think more about pi than poor here. What's that? Pressure? Pressure and urge. Right. Pressure and urge. Or convince. Or insist. Or influence. Which turns out to be oppress. Right. What do they ascribe? To compel, right? To compel. But I keep thinking of pi, which is whiten fingers. I for pat. Okay. Gotta be careful of that. So pi is this. At chore. There's a little bit of weakness in chore for measure or arrange. Yeah, arrange. Okay. I'm thinking if I can overlap with anything else. Ya is very distinct. I'm just kind of disappointed that I forgot ya. The closest thing to ya that I can think of is Li. Right. Li. In that similar double format thing. Li. Is the bottom soil? Yeah, it is. Right? It's not even on here. It already reaches maximum. That's a lot of leaves. Or oh no, it's not soil. It's a foot. Yeah, for experience. Lee is the closest thing. I can see in the formatting. We have Xing. Oh, Xing is because I didn't know the location. Right. Xing. Just gotta think of luxurious bottle. Awaken. Xing. G. Which G are we talking about? Oh. Skill. And what is Chi? Oh, Chi is temple. I immediately think Chi all of a sudden. Support. I know Zhi is just the right hand. And then I also thought of zhi, which is this, right? Zhi. I think this is break. Yep, there it is, to break. I think English is definitely helpful in the sense of searching for things. Despite typing 值, you can't type based on pinyin in a sense. I guess you could type using an IME to make things faster. Which I should. Maybe I should work on that. And then we have furball, which kind of is being lumped with vermilion. Vermilion was a tough one too. Double check on vermilion. It's a blooming tree or a dead tree. Wait. Definitely 3 strokes, right? Vermilion. Is it across the top? No. It's a tree. Be careful, vermilion. What other components? We have member. Petition. Furball. No use for furball. Okay. Alright. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. And if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, as always. Feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Right. Give it a try. As always, I welcome anyone stop on by. Right. I guess ask a question. But usually it's for the discussion. Unfortunately, as I said, I kind of stick by most of the things that I say. I think there are rarely ever discussions to be had. I think online conversation most definitely will change. I don't know in which way, but it's certainly heading in a direction where people do not talk to each other. They talk at each other. He has a question, barely ever wait for the response. Only hear what you want to hear. Confirmation bias, right? Most of the stuff that I talked about are patterns that you see and you kind of just get used to it. Whether that is conducive to critical thinking or problem solving or understanding other people in discussion, I think one thing that I do find I could potentially attempt to appeal to language learner is that if you're learning a language and you seek to not engage in conversation, that is definitely your prerogative, right? If you're not planning on doing that, don't do that, right? However, when others, especially a large majority, end up using the generality that somehow learning a language is excusable from using things like critical thinking and problem solving skills to be involved in communication, then I'm not entirely sure if those things are mutually exclusive of each other. when you're learning a language and you talk about fluency and native content and stuff, those who engage in language learning for those reasons, like cultural exchange or even cultural assimilation or integration, however you want to approach it, doing language learning on the bedrock of a lack of critical thinking and communication skills sounds a little bit oxymoronic to me. So if you spend most of your environment talking about language or thinking you learned a lot about language, and you spend most of your time in your native language, for example, asking questions without active listening, without exchanging words and talking about feedback, or asking a question and not staying for the answer because you're afraid of what you will hear, that kind of stuff, or always asking zeros and ones without engaging in personal feedback or nuances. That, to me, most of those things that I'm describing, especially today when I was talking about the nuances of thinking and critical thinking, I'd like to believe that individuals who self-select themselves into an endeavor that involves speaking another language, often I like to believe it will lead to circumstances that will promote critical thinking and problem solving skills in their communication skills. I don't think they're mutually exclusive of each other. So rarely do I find it reassuring at the moment that is the case, where language has become so detached from the principle of communications, so like having communications, behavioral understanding, subtextual understanding, reading comprehension, responding, like exchanging information and integrating information or applying information. All of those things feel so disjointed right now. It's one of those behaviors that I've come to accept as becoming a more of a social norm, anecdotally speaking. Like, for example, when you step into a room, and say you step into a room of individuals who are ready for a seminar on, I don't know, subatomic particles, something that I don't understand, right? There are still behavioral norms and pragmatic expectations that enable one to understand you're still in a seminar about subatomic particles, right? Because all the individuals who self-select themselves have skills that are often holistically and even specialized to include. And one of them is, I find it incredibly oxymoronic, or even more, I would say, disappointing, that communication skills are far more influenced and normalized by the internet culture than it is the task of learning a language, right? If you learn a language, there are, in my opinion, there used to be expectations of communication forward people. In this day and age, I feel like learning a language is almost sometimes unpleasantly surprising how distant a person's communication skills is, despite having an interest in language learning. I almost feel, I hope that re-energizes them to understanding and appreciating how wonderful being human is, and learning how to communicate in a different way, in an entirely different way, can reinvigorate interest in communication in general. But I don't think that's my experience so far. I feel the vast majority of individuals who believe or have tried to convince me or talk to me in the sense of claiming that they are very astute in another language and understand and very empathetic or compassionate for another culture, right? You must exercise compassion.
in order to assimilate and or integrate other cultures and cultural exchange. They talk as though they're xenophobic. They talk with a language that is incredibly zeros and ones, exclusive, almost, dare I say, discriminatory, not in like a hurtful way, more like in an unintentional way. So my thought is learning another language, engaging in a culture may break that down, as in it typically comes with the expectation that if you say you are interested in another culture and you're learning another language to connect with another culture, it is often intellectually concordant that a consequence of that activity is in a more critical thinking, in inclusion. So your speech patterns, your use of your native language, as well as the target language, and your opinions and question asking becomes a little bit more open, right? Or scholarly in a way, intellectually curious. And yet, the vast majority of my encounters are individuals who speak with indefinite, indicative, absolute terms, despite knowing that they might be interested in language learning. Like, just in my opinion, the whole idea of knowing more than one language means there is more than one perspective. But somehow, in my opinion, because of the nature of the internet, human beings now, or at least the younger individuals, are so conditioned to compartmentalize things that rarely is there an adequate way to make relational connections. Like, my example was looking the best in the things you like and looking at the worst of the things you don't like. That's a disconnect. Like, there, something has best and worst and everything in between. Something else has best and worst and everything in between. That's how you compare things. Not you compare things where there is and compare things where there aren't. So to me, when someone talks about asking, what is it about someone, it's pretty telling that when you think about a language, it's really telltale sign of someone who believes, in my opinion, or is able to integrate and learn from another culture and another language, like internalize it, versus it's a scholarly pursuit of objectivity. Like, is an objective scholarly pursuit where you're gonna, I don't know, somehow compartmentalize it so you talk as though there's quantifiable things. And I think that's, in my opinion, missing a bit of the point. It's missing a bit of the humanity in the comment behind, I like another culture, I like to learn about another culture. Well, you can certainly learn about another culture objectively, but without that subjective nature, in my opinion, that feeds into communication style. It's pretty telling when someone says they like the idea of another culture that they're interested in. They do not understand or integrate, or will likely ever integrate, the idea of having more than one culture in their perspective. So they either live one and ignore one, or ask one and ignore another. Kind of like most of the stuff nowadays where people would ask a question but does not wait for the follow-up question from the other person. When you ask something, you rarely ever expect to reciprocate and have the time of day. So when you ask a question, lots of things are thrown away. As long as you get what you want, there's no need for further things. So that to me is not communication. That is knowledge gathering. That's the internet's primary way of introducing how to get knowledge, but not wisdom or experience. So on the one hand, the same people would be the people who would not ever seek to understand multiple things of the same idea, like a language. So if you can communicate with one language, and you say you're interested in learning another language, but that's at the expense of that's at the expense of your current language, not the collaborative nature of making the language comparable. So oftentimes you get these disjointed things like, oh, this language is hard because of this language. Well, no, it's only hard if you can internalize that they are related. But oftentimes the difficulty is coming from how they're unrelated to each other. That's only half the picture, if not less than, in my opinion. In the truest sense, when you're the language learner, focusing on the differences it produces almost, in my opinion, statistically, less of the reasons. Because when you're learning a language, the basis of your current language occupies most of your knowledge. So when you're making difference comparisons, that is, in my opinion, the most ignorant way of going about it. And not ignorant in like a morally ethical way, but in a logical way. You know the least about the language you are learning. So when you're looking for differences, it's harder to know what is there or not in the foreign language. So to offer comparison and understanding of expression of comparative analysis, you have to use the standard or the relative that you understand most. Yet there's this like weird double standard, like, oh, there's no equivalent in English, so therefore you can't learn this in Chinese, or you gotta learn this in the way Chinese people learn because there's no equivalent in English. Well, that is certainly one way to look about it, and it keeps promoting this, in my opinion, segregation or inappropriate comparisons, right? And I think that really highlights a lot of my encounters with people when they say they're engaging in cultural understanding and cultural compassion. Most of the time it's more like a discriminatory distinction, unintentional discriminatory distinction. So you want to see all the things that you like that doesn't exist in one case. You know, you demonize the lack of something in one case, and you epitomize the stuff in another case. And that's the kind of impression that I get. And communication skills is treated that way too. You learn a language, and yet I do not witness or see a foundation for communication in the first place. As though like not practicing communication skills won't impact your use case of the language. And you might be thinking, well, you never plan on talking to anyone, you don't, like myself, I don't plan on moving to Japan or moving to China to talk directly, right? But your use case of the language is a form of expression. If you do not understand or observe communication skills or practice them, then regardless of how well you understand the language, there is no subjective understanding of how the language is being used. It's like a oxymoronic comment. It's like a self-contradicting comment. You like learning a language, but you have no interest in practicing communication skills, right? So I guess you're using the language to consume only, which is a fair statement. So if someone comes up to me and is like, no, I'm only using it as a vehicle to consume things, I have no intention of interacting with other people nor expressing my opinions for other people, that's fair. And in before you ask someone a question that reveals all of that, right? Like, what does it... Here's my like hot take, right? The nature of the way someone asks a question is incredibly telling of the level of their communication skills. And often it portrays very strongly what I see most of the time on the internet. And then the behavior and the response from the person, or the lack of response, oftentimes indicate the type of communication skills they have when involving other people, right? I think this might stem substantially from the idea that I think 90% of people spend their time in parasocial relationships now, where there is no longer a need, or not really a need, but a trigger for response and feedback. And without that response and feedback and interplay, there's an optional skill that's being underutilized, which is critical thinking and problem solving. Like, what is the sometimes I often ask, and people don't really explain, is why did you ask the question? Like, is this question important to you? Most of the time, I get the response is no, but I am hard pressed to understand if they mean no as in they didn't think about it because it's really not that important, or no as in it's not important because they don't want to spend the effort to practicing the investing in someone. So often, I threw around this very big buzzword, the loneliest generation, right? Currently, the target audience, the mid-20s, is to like around your 20s and whatnot, is considered the loneliest generation because it's not a bad or good thing. The stuff that we do nowadays make it so that you don't form any deeper connections through communication skills. So if there's any hardest endeavor that I would like to take, I would probably try to engage in as many things as possible, but make it so that communication skills is up front, or a willingness at least to demonstrate that communication is not as scary as some may think. And there's going to be someone out there who's going to say, well, you wouldn't understand, you're not introverted, or you didn't have problems associating with people. Like, well, when I was your age, I had a lot more problems than a lot more barriers than having the internet at my feet to be able to at my hands to be talking to anyone. I had racism and discrimination and language barrier as additional things. So yeah, and still, that doesn't necessarily mean you should glass ceiling yourself in understanding communication. I think one of the most ironic things that I've come to witness in these couple years, or 2 years, right? Almost 2 years. 2 years of language learning is that learning the discipline of acquiring another language and then learning like linguistics and stuff does not make a great communicator. Now, I'm not saying there aren't individuals who love the academic pursuit of learning a language as is and the linguistics that and they can form those communication skills. I just happen to be someone who have not witnessed that very clearly. And I don't think I've gained a lot of communication skills from doing this. So learning vocabulary, how to construct sentences, engaging in watching native content. I don't think engaging in the content, the input itself, has dramatically changed, or I don't see opportunities, in my opinion, where those things dramatically extend to improve communication skills. I think communication skills are the one subjective nature that really benefits from output, and then that output generates feedback and interactions to create a more dynamic communication style. That is a branch that's downstream and it's often shortchanged. I don't necessarily think you have to be waiting to be a master of Japanese or Chinese before working on your communication skills. And it doesn't even have to be in the target language. I think it's already quite telling if you can't even, in my opinion, one struggles to communicate in their own native language. And that to me can be a great barrier, that can diminish a great barrier to being enthusiastic or motivated to using a target language. If one is confident or far more experienced in their communication skills, some things that seem very hard, or the last step, right, relatively speaking, for assimilating or integrating a new language is just that. I think 6 out of 10 times, the person's biggest problem that they describe after I ask them is that they lack communication skills. Not that their vocabulary is too like short, or they can't read. They're apprehensive about like speaking correctly, or they're introverted and nervous. I think one of the biggest roots of all of these things is that insecurity involved in being inexperienced in communicating. And I'm not saying they're bad at communicating. I think they are probably very exceptional, especially after learning another language. You learn syntax, you learn how to wrap yourself around different ideas. All of that is great. Now, applying it and using it is a different situation, right? That fear comes from the inevitability of constantly pushing off communicating. So yeah, I take it very, very strong. I'm very passionate about it. When you ask a question, I often wonder, when you ask a question, do you ever expect to answer it yourself? When you ask a question, are you communicating your intent behind the question and also contributing your own ideas to that question, right? These are the things that make everyday communication meaningful, at least in my opinion. So if you're sitting around and saying, well, I get lots of unfortunate comments like, oh, I don't have any friends. And I'm like, sometimes there was a time when someone says I don't have any friends, my first thought was, that's really funny. I don't have any friends either. Not at that level, right? At that level. But nowadays, I don't think people are lying. Like it's less of a joke. It's more like a joke paved in a lot of truth. And we're not saying that this person is hated by people. It's more like a constantly surrounded by a lack of a communication style that demonstrates compassion. It's often, most of the communication styles nowadays is of indifference. There's either a middleman to hold it together, and the middleman is not literally a person. It's like a subject matter or something. They're like, what is the best method to language learning? Hello, nice to see you too. May I ask, how did you go about what were your criterias in looking for the best method? I would like to know that before I could immediately go and say what is relevant to you or not, right? That's cutting out the middleman. You're getting from the source what is the importance of that question. And when that person asks the question, you start to wonder if they even consider what the significance of that question is anymore, which I feel that is one of the biggest distinctions between someone who has an excellent communication style or communication in general, communication skills, versus someone who consumes, just constantly input, consume. it's consumed not even in a language learning perspective, but in the idea-oriented perspective, the parasocial perspective. You ask a question, I make the assumption that that question is important, so I will answer it to the best of my ability. However, it's often still 90% of the time disappointing that the reverse is not true. And I want to dispel that. Hopefully that would be something I work on. I'm clearly inexperienced with trying to find an adequate way of getting of encouraging people without like resorting to gaslighting or manipulative emotional exchange, right? That's kind of what the social norm is nowadays. Like, plant a seed of discontent and plant the seed of FOMO in order to encourage someone to embrace a temporary habit that may be justified by the person who's gaslighting by saying it's for the greater good. I'm trying, you know, the hardest endeavor in my life, right, is to try to find a creative way in which someone can take ownership and take agency of a comment, question, or even a discussion, right? Asking a question and not saying anything after hearing the response is not that agency. It's also probably a way in which someone would live their lives feeling like they're ignored or have no friends. And maybe there's also this thing where when you look at a parasocial relationship and you see someone's like, oh, they have a lot of friends and stuff. Well, they might actually be extraordinary cases. I actually think the people who have strong parasocial relationships with someone who's like a dominant figure, maybe like a very influential figure online, those individuals they have communication skills. Whether it's used to spread truth, you know, or spread misinformation, raise controversy, make some silly decisions, or advertising, greed, stuff, they still have communication skills. And that, I feel, is kind of what I'm leaning towards, right? Playing video games, doing all these things, it deals with expression and clear communication skills. And making it more enjoyable to do so, as opposed to spreading fear and or reinforcing comfort by avoiding it. I can tell you now, in my opinion, there are no stupid questions. But asking questions is a learning process. So instead of demonizing what a stupid question is, it's more like, what is the quality of your question that represents your current level of communication skills? And boy howdy, I can tell you there are some really wonderful series out there by a couple people that I watch who they made a series entirely revolving around that. However, they have the ability, unlike myself, to ask prominent figures who do have excellent communication skills and to demonstrate that what it's like when you ask a question and learn something from that question and then you reciprocate and learn more. It creates that ebb and flow. So what happens then is, if you learn a new target language, right? While the other person might not completely ingratiate themselves or like become involved in your language learning journey or be unwilling or not committal, leveraging your experience with your communication skills may get you to that point. It can allow the opportunities to flourish. That also means, you know, an increased network, right? Network in order to do that, being comfortable in different environments. Nervous and slip-ups become things that you can play off of and recover from or dynamically pivot to, right? Being human is a great way to offset the idea that one day you might say something by accident in a target language that might be uncomfortable, but you always have this back pocket idea that I can make it work, right? And communication skill deals with writing as well. We're not talking about just orally. Writing is a great way to demonstrate that. People prefer to write nowadays, but the way you write comes with feedback, or at least you think it comes with feedback. I think in most cases nowadays, people like to make comments and ignore feedback. It's easier to talk at a person than with a person, or even against a person. Honestly, actively talking against a person is still more, in my opinion, than talking at a person and then only extracting anything you only want to hear, as opposed to avoiding putting in the efforts in engaging in formal communication. Because that, the longer that goes on, the harder or the less worth it may seem, in my opinion. We'll see in the future if my opinions change, but generally speaking, for now, after 4 or 5 years of playing video games and just talking about video games and the educational potential of video games and etc., and then, you know, so have 2/3 of my life in education, seeing how people interact, ask questions, trying to extract information from their like professors, or me at the other end who like are teaching assisting, and then you have students that ask questions to me. I often spend much of my time trying to be the one that is more responsible, because it was my job right back then, to answering the question they're really asking. But often it's not the question that they asked. So like when someone says, "Oh, I bet this is really hard for you." Now if you're wondering like what could that mean, I think then you would be able to empathize with me, and then how you would go about doing that, right? With more experience, yes, comes with more effort to needing to be able to discern these things, right? But if you're like very closeted or like one way, it can only mean one thing, and 9 out of 10 times you're probably incorrect. And when you're incorrect, instead of trying to inject and interact with your own perspective that may contrast with the other person, avoidant, you leave the conversation, because it's either not interesting to you, or this person is talking about a perspective that you could care less, right? And that's how I feel the majority of my conversations are. So I hope this, secretly I'm a little selfish, I like to believe this will change in the future, because I certainly do not want, or I certainly am not into a future where humans barely interact with each other, despite them being the most connected they've ever been. It's one of those like really weird historical pivot points, you know. I hope it's a pivoting point here where humans are the most connected they have ever been, with the most avenues of learning a new language and communicating and accessibility between different groups of human beings. And yet it is arguably disproportionately a period where there is the least amount of meaningful or commitment for its communication. Like, yeah, there's 1,000 comments on a video, and yet most of those comments rarely have any discussion. And we're not talking about fact checking. Fact checking is very different. That's talking at a person. There's rarely any compassion. It's usually like some selfish, clout chasing comment where you are trying to demonstrate to them that you know better and you know correct, that is talking at a person, not with the person. There's no collaborating with the methods that we have right now. You can argue, yeah, it's not appropriate to do these things online and in Twitch chat or in video comments. Like, that's exactly the point. There isn't. The most common way you interact is making comments and talking at people, and in fact checking. If someone's wrong, you spend more time correcting them than offering the compassion and understanding how they were incorrect. Why were they incorrect? And then discussing how they could correct the situation or, adjust the situation. No, it's more like, I'm right, you're wrong. So whenever someone offers their 2 cents, the individuals who are great at communicating, they navigate it. The ones that continue to be very in the dark, closeted, and constantly just yelling at people and being upset and then being lonely and having people think that no one ever understands them. In my opinion, that one of the sources of that is that they probably don't have many ways to communicate and connect with someone. Yelling comments at someone who has a parasocial relationship, it is on the whims of that person to want to respond to you. And here I am, I still say this, and yet I have all the time in the world to respond to any individual who asks a question. So hear me out here. Until it's not possible, I believe I'm self-aware enough to understand that at some points it is not possible, or to some extent it will not be possible to have a conversation or discussion, right? Streaming is asymmetrical in terms of its communication output. However, for now, I have all the time in the world. So I'll end this session as I usually do. You are more than welcome to come on by, share some experiences, ask a few questions, and expect a reciprocation, right? And until then, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见， right? 感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. We're gonna switch to Wanikani now, and we're gonna do something different with Wanikani. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and be back with Wanikani. Thank you.